morning, everybody. I believe we're ready to go ahead and start the meeting. Let's officially call this meeting to order. If I can have, is Ms. Taylor on the line?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Taylor, if you please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Present.
Member Gaines,
Present.
Member Cohen,
Good morning, present.
Deputy Controller Stowers,
She won't be on.
Deputy Controller Stowers will arrive late this morning. She's got a scheduled late arrival. Thank you.
A quorum is present. The board meeting is called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can get you all to please stand, we'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. With that, members, let me just remind everybody again, as we continue our teleconference meetings here, that we're all sharing one line. And as a result of that, your patience is greatly appreciated. So we can make sure that our transcriptionist is able to capture who makes motions, who seconds them, and how people are voting, so we can document this accurately in our minutes. Really appreciate it, and you've all been real good about waiting to be recognized so we could make sure we're documenting this accurately. And with that, I want to thank you again. And let's begin by having, well, let me open it up first. If there's any members who wish to make any comments before we take up our first order of business. I see no hands. I think we're good to go. Let me have Ms. Taylor, if she would please call the first order of business.
Our first order of business is an announcement regarding the public teleconference participation. Good morning, and thank you for joining today's Board of Equalization meeting via teleconference. Throughout the duration of today's meeting, you will primarily be in a listen-only mode. As you may know from our public agenda notice and our website, we have requested that individuals who wish to make a public comment fill out a public comment submission form found on our additional information webpage in advance of today's meeting, or alternatively, participate in today's meeting by providing your public comment live. After the presentation of an item has concluded, we will begin by identifying any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff, with the AT&T operator providing directions for you to identify yourself. After all known public commenters have been called, the operator will also provide public comment instructions to the individuals participating via teleconference. Accordingly, if you intend to make a public comment today, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We ask that everyone who is not intending to make a public comment please mute their line or minimize background noise. If there are technical difficulties when we are in public comment portion of our meeting, we will do our best to read submitted comments into the record at appropriate times. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. With that, if you would please call the first item on the agenda.
The first agenda item is G1, Chief Counsel Matters, Rulemaking, Proposed Property Tax Rule 462.520. Staff requests authorization to post clarifying amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.520 exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers for the required 15-day period. This matter will be presented by Mr. Moon.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. This is Richard Moon from the legal department. As you know, at the April 27 board meeting, the board authorized publication of Rule 462.520, which is a new proposed rule explaining aspects of Prop 19's intergenerational transfer exclusion. The notice of proposed regulatory action was published in the notice register on May 28th. But subsequent to that publication, staff had received feedback that several examples may be confusing. So staff reviewed the rule again with that feedback in mind, and to avoid potential confusion, staff is proposing to make several clarifying non-substantive amendments as reflected in the version of the rule that was posted on the PAN. If the board authorizes these changes and the publication of a notice of proposed changes, the public hearing for the rule will still be held as planned at the July 27, 28 board meeting. And so for these reasons, we recommend that the board authorize publishing the notice of proposed change and continue to hear, and will continue to schedule the public hearing at next month's board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I just have actually have a couple of quick questions for you. One of them, first of all, thank you for the amendments to this rule, clarifying especially the value. I think it's really important, and for some folks, it's still kind of difficult, even for I think many of us, when you're looking at the difference between taxable value and factored base year value. And I think the changes that were made, I think are good changes. But moving forward, I notice even when we look at the complete definition of taxable value, it's still pretty complex. It's over like a half a page in the rule. And I'm looking forward to the department's detailed and simple formula to add further clarity in possibly an LTA here. So my quick question to you is, since the board will hold a public hearing on this rule on July 27th, what happens if taxpayers and the public submit requests for changes during that time?
Chair Vasquez, all public comments that are submitted would be considered, and if changes are desired, and the board would make that known at the public hearing, what would happen would depend on the type of change that would be potentially made. So if the change is non-substantial, then the rule could go ahead and be adopted immediately. If the change is substantial and sufficiently related, a 15-day notice requirement would have to be met. And if the change was major, there would be a 45-day publication requirement before the rule was officially adopted and sent to OAL. So any public comments we would consider. And if there would be a change desired, again, it would depend on the type of change.
Well, along those lines, for example, since the board will be holding, its public hearing on this rule on July 27th, what happens if taxpayers what happens, I guess, if the legislature passes and the governor signs SB 539 after our public hearing, for example?
Well, if SB 539 is signed and passed, we would do a couple different things. We would continue with getting OAL approval for the currently proposed rules, both this one and the one for the base year value transfer. And so that would not change. But what we would also consider, if there were any additions to the rule, either rule that would be desired, and if so, we would move those forward through the emergency rulemaking process. And then the final thing we would do, of course, is to make sure that our rules are consistent with the final language of SB 539 that passed.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions for Mr. Moon at this time? Seeing and hearing none, we can move forward. Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item. Or actually, you know what, Ms. Taylor, I guess we need to check. Is there any public comment on this?
Certainly, let me check. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
And callers, if you would like to provide public comment, please press 1 followed by 0 at this time. And at this time, we have no one queuing up by phone.
Thank you. And Ms. Taylor, just for the record, nobody submitted any written comments, right? Correct?
Correct. No written comments on this item.
Thank you. Then with that, members, I would like to move that we authorize staff to post clarifying amendments to the proposed rule 462.520 for the required 15-day period. Are we all here? I can't
We're
hear.
here. I'll
I
second
hear
that.
people talking, but I
Let's
don't
get
see
it. I'll
it. I
second
think
the
my-
motion. Let's-
I'm sorry, Member Cohen?
Yeah, I would say I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Let me just reinstate that. Basically, we're authorizing staff to post clarifying amendments to proposed rule 462.520 for the required 15-day period. I moved and it was seconded by Member Cohen. Ms. Taylor, if you could please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those present. Thank you for that, members. And Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our next item.
The next item is J1, Administrative Consent Agenda, Approval of the Board Meeting Minutes for May 25th, 2021. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments, questions, corrections in our minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the board hearing
so-
minutes.
Vice Chair, so move.
It's been
Second.
moved by our vice chair.
Seconded by Cohen.
It's seconded by member Cohen. Hearing and seeing no hands or voices. Ms. Taylor, if you'd please call the roll.
Certainly, we do need to seek public comment.
Oh, I'm
Would you
sorry.
like me to?
Yes.
All right. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, you can press 1 followed by 0 now for comment. And at this time, showing no one queuing up for comment.
Thank you. And Ms. Taylor, we had no written comments on this item either, right?
Correct.
Okay, with that, members, let's go ahead and vote on approving our board hearing minutes. Ms. Taylor, if you please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Cohen,
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those present. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item under K1A through K1C. And you know what,
Certainly.
folks, I'm sorry, before we start, as we move forward with these K1A all the way to K1C, as these are staff reports, we will hold public comments on these until the conclusion of all the sub-items. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. The next item is K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues. This matter will be presented by Ms. Fleming.
Good morning, members and staff, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I'm Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. Today's report members will provide updates on our priorities and significant accomplishments since last month's meeting. The executive team will report on the operational activities and projects in their respective areas of responsibility. Members, let me begin by saying I am pleased to report that we, the BOE, are doing well. We continue to successfully fulfill our constitutional and statutory duties in the administration of our tax programs, including our taxpayer rights advocacy services. We are successfully performing our state administrative functions to ensure the efficient operation of our agency. Our recruitments are producing good results, demonstrated by filling our vacancies with a combination of new hires and promotions. We are ensuring members that the pandemic-related safety measures to protect staff are all in place as we transition to reopening California. In that vein, however, I'd like to highlight some of the noteworthy items for this month. Members, as of June 15th, 2021, the governor terminated the executive orders that put into place the stay-home orders and the blueprint for a safer economy. The governor's recent orders also phased out the vast majority of executive actions put in place since March of 2020 as part of the pandemic response, leaving a subset of provisions that facilitate the ongoing recovery. We have received updated guidance from CalHR and will be implementing two new protocols accordingly. In a few moments, members, Ms. Renati will elaborate on the executive orders and the provisions that address the workforce, so we'll make sure you've got detail on that. Secondly, members, the governor has issued another executive order. It's numbered N0821, which is quite extensive. Staff members is preparing a summary of those items that affect the BOE. Once completed, I will share it with your offices, then schedule time with you for any questions that you may have. The most significant provision in this recent executive order, which was published June 11th, 2021, is the section that applies to public board meetings. Again, Executive Order N0821 ends as of September 30th, 2021, the flexibility for public meetings to be held virtually. The virtual public meetings was previously authorized by Executive Order N29-20, and if you recall, that was March of 2020 timeframe. Those meetings allow in-person meetings. The new executive order will allow us to resume in-person meetings, and that will become effective October 1st, 2021. Members having already anticipated resuming our in-person meetings, staff have engaged in assessing the status of the 450 N Street boardroom in Sacramento, California, to identify what's needed to resume the meetings in the boardroom later this year. Their assessment includes an examination of the technology needed to continue offering many of the benefits that we've realized with the virtual meeting systems. If we are to resume in October, members, our board meeting would be scheduled and is scheduled for October 19th and 20th. Members, as you're aware, in my third item, over the last few months, there have been a number of board assignments to the executive director, and during staff's presentations later in today's agenda, they will report out to you on two of the assignments. The first is the welfare exemption program, and the second is the COVID-19 impact on property tax deadlines. Members, we continue to make good progress on these projects, and the remaining assignments will be scheduled for presentations to you at upcoming meetings. We look forward to reporting out on these projects that contribute to our success and our strategic goals. Moving on to my fourth item, members, finally, for your reference, the CAA President, Assessor Dronenberg, invites you to attend the 2021 Northern California Assessors Association Regional Conference, which will be held in Squaw Valley, scheduled for August 2nd through the 5th. An email was sent yesterday with more details, and I'm happy to circle back with you for any questions you may have. Finally, members, there are many other organizational activities, but again, I never want to steal the staff's thunder, as they will provide updates on the great work being accomplished. If I can move on, members, to item K1B under the ED's report, which is the extension of time to complete the local assessment role. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessment roles by July 1. Section 155 provides that the board or its executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the executive director inform the board of any such extension at its next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that Amador, Del Norte, Humboldt, Inyo, Lassen, Monterey, Plumas, San Benito, and San Bernardino, Sierra, and Tehama County assessors have requested and been granted 30-day extensions. Additionally, the Lake County assessor has been granted a 40-day extension for completing their 2021 local assessment role. Lastly, members, thank you to you and to the team for all of the good work and the dedication to the agency's success during this pandemic. We are looking forward to this next chapter, and we appreciate all of your leadership and guidance. Members, if there are no questions, I will hand it over to the executive management team to provide more updates on projects and operational priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. I don't see any hands, so you can go ahead and continue.
Thank you, members. Ms. Renati will proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. This is Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on the agency's operational priorities and projects since last month. To elaborate on what Executive Director Fleming has already touched upon, the first item of my report is regarding the reopening of California and the effects it has on our workforce and state facilities. We were reviewing information provided by CalHR to all state agencies regarding the use of face coverings in state facilities, social distancing, cleaning protocols, teleworking, and other related policies. As a result, we are in the process of developing a workplace model that provides for both telework and in-office work. This gives us the opportunity to take advantage of the efficiencies realized during this past 1.5 years of teleworking. We will also include the lessons learned and the benefits to both agency and staff. We will provide you and your offices with further information as soon as the plan of action is fully developed. The next item is our recruitments. Since last month's report, 3 vacancies have been filled, 2 promotions, and 1 new hire from the private sector. As a result, in the last 12 months, we have filled a total of 39 positions, with about 65% of those positions filled with staff from private sector or other agencies. Through our efforts to rebuild and revitalize our workforce, we continue to make progress on reducing our vacancies while emphasizing the importance of succession planning and knowledge transfer for our essential subject matter experts. Members, this concludes my report regarding the agency's day-to-day operational priorities. I am available to answer any questions you have, and then I'll move on to Prop 19.
Seeing no hands, Ms. Renati, I know you're going to move on to Prop 19 now. And once again, just members, this is just, Ms. Renati will give us an update on the first sub-item, the Prop 19 Implementation Action Plan. And when she's finished, I will ask for her to introduce our next speaker on sub-item on the agenda. As previously stated, We will hold all public comment on this until the completion of the entire report. Ms. Renati, please proceed with your update on Prop 19 action plan.
Thank you. Members, today a high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda. I'm happy to report that the status of our Prop 19 implementation project is green, which indicates we have no issues or concerns to report. In a moment, each leader will provide you with a report on the activities completed to date and additional information regarding the implementation plan actions for their areas. Now I'm going to turn it to the floor, unless you have any questions, which we haven't given any information, so I'm going to move on. We'll go to the first person. Will be provided by Mr. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, will provide a report on the department's implementation actions, including updates on guidance. Mr. Young?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. This is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. To date, the Property Tax Department has taken several steps in implementing Prop 19. As of the last meeting, I wanted to highlight our release of letter to assessor 2021/026. This letter is the third letter in a series of guidance given on Prop 19. If you will recall, the first one was guidance on the intergenerational transfers. The second one deals with base year transfers for seniors of 55 years of age and people that are disabled persons. This last LTA deals with base years transfers also, but it is base years transfers for disaster relief under Prop 19. So that was issued, which should provide some good guidance for taxpayers and assessors and any stakeholders. It was posted to our website last Friday, so it is already out there and available. Next, I wanted to give you an update on what staff has been doing on inquiries. Our inquiries staff is still spending very much of their time on inquiries coming from taxpayers, assessors, and other interested parties. A brief look into some of our activities just for our telephone inquiries alone. I will give you basically a one-year look back. Starting in July of 2020, before Prop 19 was passed by voters, the Assessment Services Department received 247 inquiries in July by phone, about 178 in August. September, October are about the same at about a little over 200. And then in November of last year, our inquiries spiked. It went from about just a little over 200 to 538 for that month. And it steadily increased. December, we got 719 phone inquiries. And in January, we got a little over 1,200 inquiries, 1,218 inquiries. In February, it dropped down to 957, and then just a little over 800 in March. And in April of this year, we had just a little over 725 to be exact. And then in May of this year, just last month, we have 633 inquiries. Numbers aren't quite in yet for June, but we expect it to be in the high 500s or so. So if you will look at the trend, we went from before Prop 19 to a little over 200 or so inquiries per month by telephone, to a peak of over 1,200. It has since dropped down a little to about a little bit more than half of that at about 600. So it is still much higher than our normal base inquiry. It is not as high as it had been right after Prop 19 passed, and there was a lot of questions about how to implement and how it affects taxpayers, but it is still a very significant workload for staff. What else? We have two more things I wanted to report on. Our implementation plan and how we've been executing that. Staff continues to monitor and to provide technical assistance for legislation and specifically for SB 539, which is the implementing statute for Prop 19. And lastly, staff is continuing our development of the tracking system for base year transfers. As you will recall, Prop 19 requires the board to track the number of times someone can transfer their base year value. There's a limit of 3. We are working with our partners in CDTFA in developing a computer system in which to do so. Progress is going well. We look forward to having a system that we could test out very soon. That will conclude my update on property taxes implementation efforts on Prop 19. I either turn it back to Ms. Renati or perhaps to Mr. Nanjo, who is up next.
Thank you, Dave. This is good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I'm Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel of the BOE's Legal Department, here with Richard Moon. The Legal Department is continuing to provide legal support to our other departments and working diligently on the board's 2 Proposition 19 related rulemaking efforts. I'm happy to report that both rulemaking efforts are on track with the timeline the board authorized in January. Particularly, I'd like to thank Richard Moon, Lawrence Lynn, Honey, Her, and Sarah Garrett of my staff who have been very diligently working on both rulemaking efforts, but the entire legal department has been working on various regulations of one kind or another to assist with the implementation and clarity surrounding Proposition 19. At this time, I'll provide an overview of the status of each of the 2 rulemaking efforts. The first is Rule 462.520, exclusion from change of ownership intergenerational transfers. Earlier today, the board authorized publication of clarifying amendments to the proposed new property tax rule 462.520, exclusion from change of ownership. We appreciate the board's speedy action in that regard, and this will these amendments will allow us to provide increased clarity to assessors, the public, and our interested parties, and to get this information out as quickly as possible. I would like to highlight that the public comment period on this rule, as amended, is ongoing. We continue to welcome the input of assessors, the public, and any interested party on our regulations. The public comment for 462.520 will conclude with the public hearing on the proposed property tax rule currently scheduled for the board meeting in July. As to our second rule, Rule 462.540, exclusion from change in ownership base year value transfers, last month at the May board meeting, the board authorized publication of the new property tax rule 462.540, thus initiating the formal rulemaking process. Immediately after the board's approval, staff submitted the board-approved package to DOF, or Department of Finance, for the 30-day review period. Once that review period concludes, the legal department will forward the rulemaking package to the Office of Administrative Law, consistent with standard practice. Once the package is submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, a letter to assessor will be issued to our interested parties with a copy of the notice and rule text. As a reminder, we are in the formal comment period for this rule as well. We welcome interested parties' inputs and comments. Just as a note, the legal department takes extra efforts to try to get input before the formal rulemaking process, or excuse me, the formal comment period actually started. We solicited comments from the assessors and other interested parties to get a head start on their comments and their feedback. For proposed property tax rule 462.540, the comment period will conclude at the board's August meeting, when the board will host a public hearing on the proposed rule. For both rules, legal and property tax staff are working through the public comments as they are received. I appreciate both staffs' continued diligence in the review of and, of course, the continued input of our interested parties as well. That concludes my report. Please let me know if there are any questions for either myself or Mr. Moon at this time.
I just have one quick
Hearing-
one.
Sure.
And it's for, I guess it could be anybody in the legal department. I'm just wondering, have we had any feedback from assessors yet on how many transfers have occurred under the new parent-child exclusion and under the new base year value transfer exclusions?
I'm not aware of those numbers, Richard, or maybe perhaps Dave Young. Do you have any information to that regard?
This is
Richard Moon from the legal department.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Richard.
go ahead, David.
Oh, no. Yes, this is David Young from the Property Tax Department. No, we have yet to have feedback from the assessors on the number of transfers so far. Usually they report on a quarterly basis. So we expect if there are any that we should be getting some numbers in the very near future.
And I know it's kind of early. I know it might be hard to get any kind of hard data, but I was just kind of wondering if any rough estimates, out there that you think, on this issue, and if not, I guess, when you think some either estimates or hard data may be forthcoming.
For the intergenerational transfers, we expected probably, I will make contact and see if we have an estimate as to what kind of numbers are coming through. I know there have been a couple that have gone through. People have been inquiring about it, but I don't have any hard data just yet. As for the base year transfers, since that was only operative in April, we have yet to see any just yet. So I will make contact with the assessors and the CAA, the Assessors Association, and see if I can find some preliminary data.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Moon, did you have anything to add?
No, I had nothing new.
Thank you, Chairman
Thank you.
Vasquez, members of the board.
Thank you. Yeah. I was just curious. Members, do we have any other questions or comments for Mr. Young or staff on Prop 19 implementation and guidance? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, Ms. Taylor, I was wondering, do we have any comments from any of the assessors who wish to speak on this regarding Prop 19?
I am not aware of any, although we could ask if there's anyone on the line.
Sure.
AT&T operator, could you please let us know if there is anyone on the line that would like to make a comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and for the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to provide comment, please press 1 followed by 0 for us now. And at this time, we have no one queuing up by phone.
Thank you. Ms. Renati, would you please introduce the third sub-item for this report on Legal Department's Prop 19 implementation update?
Thank you. The next report will be provided by BOE's Chief Communications Officer, Peter Kim, who will provide a report on the Communications Department implementation actions. Mr. Kim?
Thank you, Ms. Renati. Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, this is Peter Kim, Chief Communications Officer of the BOE's Communications Department. Members, today I'll provide a brief report on the Communications Department's efforts in implementing Proposition 19. I am continuing to closely collaborate with our taxpayers' rights advocate, Lisa Thompson, to explore additional ways in communicating with taxpayers. Along with the rest of the executive management team, we are closely monitoring pending legislation so any significant changes can be shared with taxpayers. The Proposition 19 webpage is continually being updated and enhanced to provide the latest information in real time for taxpayers. Since last month, we've updated the webpage, such as adding the LTA, the letters to assessors on the notice of proposed regulatory action on intergenerational transfers and base year value transfers for governor proclaimed disasters, updates to the FAQ page, and updating the related legislation tab to include the analyses on SB 539 as amended and ACA 9. As of yesterday, we received a total of approximately 173,881 unique external visits since November 10, 2020. Since last month's board meeting, that's an additional 16,924 unique external visits, which is a slight uptick of visitors compared to the previous month. Finally, we are continuing to use our social media channels such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to expand our audience and direct followers to the BOE website for the latest updates and resources. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. You stated that you noticed an increase in the number of contacts this month. Do you know if they are due mainly to base year value transfer exclusions that just took place, I guess, April 1st?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your question. I cannot definitively answer that it was due to one provision or element of Proposition 19, but rather I believe it is a reflection that as more taxpayers learn about the changes in property tax law, the resources we provide on Proposition 19 and the updates are the drivers that account for the traffic to our webpage, and so in the communications department standpoint, we are happy to see that the resources we're providing are being utilized.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions or comments for Mr. Kim?
Yes, if I could.
I believe Member Gaines. Yes, go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, just wanted to thank Mr. Kim because I think the website is doing well, and I like that big bold rectangle for Prop 19 that you can click on to get information. So it's real obvious for anybody checking our website wanting more information on what seems to be the most sought after piece of data or information that we've had for a while at the BOE. So I'm glad that we're connecting with taxpayers and doing what we can to make sure that we're providing information that they need to help answer, in many cases, some very difficult questions where taxes are going up for folks, which is a sad commentary, but that's reality and we've got to implement it. And we'll go from there. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Renati, I guess you want to continue?
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. The next report will be provided by the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate, Ms. Lisa Thompson, who will provide a report on the implementation actions of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate's Office. Ms. Thompson.
Good morning, Chairman and honorable board members. I am Lisa Thompson, the agency's Taxpayer Rights Advocate. I'm pleased to report on the Proposition 19 implementation and action plan efforts for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. The TRA office continues to monitor progress on the property tax rules addressing the different types of exclusions and base year value transfers of Proposition 19. Most recently, the Notice of Proposed Regulatory Action for Rule 462.520, clarifying the exclusion for intergenerational transfers, issued on June 1st. Additionally, our office continues to review guidance issued by the Property Tax Department to ensure we are familiar with and understand all of the guidance issued. As to the rulemaking process, as it continues, we continue to review and familiarize ourselves with its provisions. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office workload plan is focused on two main areas. The first is to review and update its existing taxpayer information sheets and the second is to create new information sheets on topical areas of Proposition 19 that do not currently exist. Once the property tax rules have been adopted and legislation passed implementing the provisions of Proposition 19, our office can begin revising our 4 existing information sheets published by the TRA office that were affected by Proposition 19. Specifically, the parent-child transfer exclusion, grandparent-grandchild exclusion, base year value transfers for seniors, and the base year value transfer for disabled persons. We will then also begin drafting the information sheets for property tax savings for the intergenerational transfers and base year value transfer provisions of Proposition 19, including an information sheet addressing base year value transfers for disaster victims. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office continues to work in collaboration with the Communications Officer on various aspects of Proposition 19 to ensure taxpayers are informed. This concludes my update for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office implementation plan. I can go to the next Education and Outreach implementation plan if you'd like, or I can take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Let me just ask you one quick question before you move on. I've noticed, and I was wondering if there was a pattern to the questions or comments received in the terms of troublesome areas that we should consider addressing. For example, the time periods to meet the exclusion or value issues.
Thank you for the question. So prior to the effective date of the various provisions of Proposition 19, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office did handle technical questions from taxpayers that contacted our office rather than forwarding them to the Property Tax Department because there were so many inquiries. Generally, we would handle calls that where taxpayers are having problems with the assessment or collection of property taxes that they've already had. But most of the calls that were made to our office asked about qualification as to timing of the transfers for both intergenerational transfers as well as the base year value transfers for seniors. They also kind of had questions regarding the comparison of the values for the original and replacement properties, so then how that replacement property is calculated for the base year value transfers. Basically, our office has reviewed all of the information and guidance that's issued by the Property Tax Department. We believe it's comprehensive and provides taxpayers with the information that they need, or at least as much guidance as possible without implementing legislation or rules in place. Many taxpayers felt there wasn't enough time to complete parent-child and grandparent-child transfers of rental properties before the February 16th effective date of Proposition 19 for those intergenerational transfers, but that's not something we can really address since that is a timing as far as built into the law. I think that our website has a lot of information, frequently asked questions, letters to assessors, and as an agency, I believe we're proactively addressing issues where taxpayers may have questions or concerns, and the information is clearly articulated. So we might see more cases as we start to see denials from assessors with taxpayers contacting us. We can certainly kind of identify trends and how they might be addressed, but at this point we've only been contacted by 2 taxpayers that have had problems either being denied or the assessor said they would deny them, and they had to do with timing. And we're currently looking to see if their property may have been recorded, the deed may have been recorded after April 1st, but it's looking like they closed right before the April 1st deadline. So unfortunately, they would not qualify for Proposition 19.
Thank you.
happy.
Members, do we have any other, I'm sorry. Do we have any other comments or questions for Ms. Thompson on the
If I
Taxpayer
could-
Rights Advocate? I
Member
see
Gaines?
Member Gaines. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank Ms. Thompson for taking those calls too, because those would be typically handled by property department. So providing that relief, I think, was critical during the implementation of Prop 19. And so I'm encouraged to hear that people are stepping up. And I want to thank Ms. Thompson for that too.
Thank you.
Seeing other comments or questions? Whoops, I guess I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ms. Thompson, I noticed you're up again on the next item, which is the sixth sub item, Prop 19, Education and Outreach for Prop 19.
Yes. Again, I'm Lisa Thompson, our agency's taxpayer rights advocate, and with the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. And I am pleased to report on the Proposition 19 implementation and action plan for education and outreach. The education and outreach implementation actions focus on the following areas of workload to complete: create a Proposition 19 fact sheet, develop presentation materials, and assess the need for additional educational materials. As I have described in previous board meetings, we have completed work in this regard already. The Communications Officer and the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office created a Proposition 19 fact sheet and PowerPoint presentation, along with some talking points. The fact sheet and PowerPoint have been posted to our agency's website in February, and this was done in consultation with and review by other members of our agency's team, including the Property Tax Department and Legal Department. So it was a collaborative effort, which I thank them for. The material provides information on intergenerational exclusions and that were effective February 16th, and on the base year value transfers for seniors and disabled persons effective April 1st. The talking points that were created were for use with the PowerPoint presentation that exists, and it could be used for presenting information to constituents on basic information. The Communications Officer and I continue to work closely to monitor progress toward statutory provisions and clarifying property tax rules. So once the implementing legislation is passed and rules adopted, we can work collaboratively to update the Proposition 19 fact sheet and PowerPoint presentation. With respect to the third item, assess the need for additional educational materials. At this time, our agency is issuing comprehensive material concerning Proposition 19 and is being very responsive to taxpayers and assessors' needs. The Communications Officer and I have been in continued communications to make sure that taxpayers have access to as much information as possible about the effects of Proposition 19 and that it is easy to understand. There may be additional educational materials generated after the rules are in place and legislation passed, but at this time I think there is good information on our website, and it has a comprehensive coverage for taxpayers in all of the areas that people need the information about. So this concludes my update for the education and outreach implementation, and I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Members, do we have any questions of Ms. Thompson on her comment or presentation on education outreach? Oh, Mr. Gaines, it looks like Mr. Gaines.
Chair Vasquez, thank you. I just, I'm looking at the sheet here, Prop 19 implementation project plan. So is that the implementation plan that you're talking about?
So we have so for different kind of aspects. So like for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate information or implementation plan, kind of that portion is focused on the taxpayer information sheets that you're familiar with on the parent-child transfer that you see, and the four that we have basically published on parent-child transfers and grandparent-child transfers and the base year value transfers under the laws existing before Proposition 19 that so many taxpayers refer to. And so to kind of help them with property tax savings. So that is kind of an educational component in it. We need to be able to provide another information sheet addressing all of the provisions of Proposition 19 because they vary from the previous proposition. And so they kind of have similar, kind of cross over similarly because of the education and outreach plan. But just specific to Proposition 19, we wanted to make sure, you know, taxpayers understand what kind of the Proposition 19 does, you know, what its effects are. And so we kind of had information, you know, designated for that, like the Proposition 19 fact sheet that kind of explains when it was adopted, kind of what it does, what it affects, that it exists, so taxpayers are aware of it. And so that's kind of where those are. So it's kind of internally to know what our goal is focused at, so we can kind of complete tasks to meet those needs. But, you know, as you know, there are questions that need to be addressed through implementing legislation for Proposition 19 as well as rulemaking. So I think once those get done, then we can kind of start, you know, focusing more on finalizing that fact sheet, getting it current to once the implementing statutes are adopted and incorporating reference to it. So they will be codes that reference, that implement those statutes. That's key to be included in a fact sheet on this change in law.
Okay, that's integrated with this. We've got these in our agenda, so I'm just trying to link it all together. You know, this shows Prop 19 implementation project plan. So it does show taxpayer rights advocate and education and outreach. So you're speaking to your two elements.
So those three
of that.
Right. Yeah. So those,
Okay.
those are the kind of the same elements that we're focused on.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand from Vice Chair Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vasquez. I'd like to ask Ms. Thompson, I understand the brochure that we're putting out indicates that the hearing is going to be in Sacramento, California, and that's not really all that factual. The hearing is going to be statewide and anybody can participate from San Diego or LA or wherever they happen to be. Will there be some indication on the brochure that it's really an online matter and their participation is invited from wherever anybody may be?
How about, actually, I'm happy to address that for you in my next agenda item on the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, if you don't mind.
That'll be fine. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, members. I believe that's it. And with that, let me ask Ms. Taylor, we don't have any written comments on what we've said up to this, or what we've talked about up to this point, have we?
No, we do not have any written comments.
Can we check before we move on to the next item, if there's any assessors on the line that, or any other public comments on K1A through K1C?
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who would like to make a public comment regarding K1A through K1C items? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to queue up here for comment by phone, please press 1 followed by 0 now for us. And just a reminder, if you're using a speakerphone, it may be helpful to lift the handset. Once again, 1 followed by 0. And at this time, we are showing no one queuing up by phone for us.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item.
The next item is K3A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates. a report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young.
Yes, good morning again. This is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, and good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I actually have a series of 3 presentations for you this morning. I will start out with the first one. The first one is an update on our operational going on in the Property Tax Department. I will start out with the State Assessed Properties Division. Staff right now has completed the allocation process. As you will recall, last month, the board was brought at the State Assessed Properties Division, brought before the board their value indicators for state assessed properties, which the board adopted. The next step in that is those values are actually allocated to the counties in which those properties are located. The allocation process is being finalized right now and being prepared to be brought back before the board in July. The State Assessed Properties Division is also working on completing the assessments of the private railroad car. As you will recall also that this is one of our other state assessed functions. We actually produce 2 roles. One is state assessed properties and the other one is the private railroad car role. So staff is finishing up work on that also. And once again, that will be brought before the board in July for the board's action on that. Staff has also completed mailing the unitary value notices to state assessees with a copy of the appraisal data reports. Along with those reports as to what their property is assessed at for this year, is a notice that also advises the state assessees that they have until July 20th of this year if they wish to file a petition for reassessment of the unitary values. So that has gone out to state assessees and they have been advised of their assessment appeal options. That should conclude my updates on the State Assessed Properties Division. Next, I will shift to the County Assessed Properties Division. Staff is continuing work on the Community Land Trust project. As you will recall, that is our long-term project where we are providing guidance on the assessment and evaluation of low-income housing built on community land trust properties. We believe it's seen a couple of iterations and a couple of actual legislative fixes in order to get the treatment they're looking for. We have sent our last draft out for comment, and comments were due in April of this year. I believe staff has been able to work out the majority of our remaining issues. So we look forward to bringing that project to completion and to bring it before the board for board action and adoption too on that one. Next, I will give you an update on our letters to assessors since we last met in May. The board staff has so far published 26 letters to assessors for this year and 4 since we last met. The first 2, LTA 2021/022 and 023, are both announcement LTAs. The first one, 022, announces the part of the rulemaking for property tax rule 462.520, and the second LTA published this month is 2023, and that announces the TRA's Taxpayers Bill of Rights hearing. The next 2 LTAs /2021-024 and 026 are The 024 is a summary of litigation that happened in 2020. So that was also released last month. And then the last LTA that was published this month is 026, and that is the third LTA that I previously discussed for Prop 19. It deals with base year transfers for disaster relief provisions. So both of those are out and on our website for taxpayers and assessors and any other stakeholders interested. Now a brief look into what is in development for LTAs. We actually have 2 LTAs that is slated to be released in the next 30 to 60 days. Both of them will release our assessment practices surveys reports. So one will be for Orange County and the other one will be for Yuba counties. I also wanted to give you an update on our training and certification program. So as you will recall, last month I reported that we were successful in giving 4 courses remotely through the Teams environment. We actually have, I believe, 17 more training sessions and classes scheduled for this coming season. And I'm also happy to report that we were able to convert 2 more classes into our remote format. And both classes deal with the assessment of agricultural properties. And I believe at least 2 have been scheduled, and hopefully we will be able to schedule more and offer more training for this training season. And I believe that should cover my update on the operations of the Property Tax Department. I am available to answer any questions you may have, and if not, I will move on to my second update at your pleasure.
I have a quick, well, I see Member Gaines. Go ahead, Member. I have a couple of quick questions, but go ahead.
I'll go after you, no problem.
Okay. First of all, thank you for that presentation, Mr. Young. And I know you have so much on your plate right now, with actually the whole legal department for that matter, your whole team, and trying to keep up with the demands within these certain timeframes. But I'm eager to see the developments in the Community Land Trust project, which is a significant matter in my district. The sooner we get a solid footing on addressing concerns regarding low-income housing and community land trusts, the earlier we can move forward confidentially in providing guidance. I'm also pleased that the board has added 2 more courses, particularly in the agricultural appraisal courses, to our certification program. But I have just 3 quick questions for you. One is regarding the Community Land Trust project. Can you expand on some of the concerns brought forward and how we can make this work?
Yes, of course. The Community Land Trust project was actually started a little while back. It spans back almost 3 years. And so the first aspect of the Community Land Trust was that they got legislation that allowed assessors or required assessors to recognize their deed restrictions. If they are able to recognize their deed restrictions, it actually fits them under a specific code in the revenue taxation code. It's 402.1, and that allows them to be assessed as restricted. So that was the first hurdle. The second hurdle was, because of the way land trusts are set up, their model was to sell the improvements, but they retain ownership of the land. And so there was a discussion as to how to actually basically value the full interest that was conveyed, that was transferred. So that actually required another set of legislation in order to get the treatment they desired. And then the very third aspect of the land trust guidance deals with one more legislative addition actually on this one. And this one actually fit the land trust holding of property before they were able to develop it into the welfare exemption. So it gave them basically the ability to exempt that parcel, the land, the vacant land, while they're holding it and getting ready for development. So in total, it actually is a fairly comprehensive guidance and look at to how to value and to assess land trust properties. One, that they can be valued and assessed as restricted. Two, exactly how to do so and what rights were included in that assessment. And three, a provision for them to basically hold land for at least a period of time, 5 years, while they're waiting to develop that property. So I think when it's all said and done, it should be a some good guidance, and it took a little bit to develop, but I think we're almost at the end of the process, much closer to the end of the process.
No, thank you. Are there any legal ramifications that may arise, you think, from this stuff?
Legal ramifications. There always is that possibility. I think what has happened is with the enabling legislation being sought and getting it passed, I think it helped out tremendously, and it probably decreased the possibility of legal challenges and ramifications. But my guess is that, and my opinion is that it should go a long way in at least for a community land trust in basically sorting out the assessment and the evaluation and possibly the exemption of some of their property, and hopefully will assist in development of low-income housing.
Thank you. Regarding the certification program, how did the BOE determine which classes to provide? Did the assessors provide input on what courses were needed?
Yes, very much so. We annually take a survey of the assessors' offices and ask what classes are needed and which ones have a pent-up demand. Our agricultural courses are relatively unique. We appraise agricultural property as many other non-related property tax related courses actually do, but we also have a very specific avenue in which we have to look at some of the ag properties. Many agricultural properties in California is encumbered with a Williamson contract, so there is a very specific statutory methodology in which to appraise that type of property. And to be quite frank, we're probably the only one, if not, I don't believe there are any, but not many that will give classroom instruction on how to do so under the Williamson Act provision. So it's a restrictive valuation used only for property tax purposes.
Thank you. Member Gaines, I believe you had some questions.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to try to get a perspective on the number of letters to assessors, because you had mentioned 26 letters to assessors this year.
Correct.
And so if I heard that correctly, and I'm trying to just do a comparison to years past. So can you give me an indication of how many letters to assessors you've done in the past versus the rate we're doing on year to date?
So you are correct. We are at 26 as of today. For 2017, we had 58 that were published. In 2018, we had 69. In 2019, we had 51. And in 2020, we had 67. So we are just about on track. We're about halfway through the year. We're at 26 right now. If we double it, we will end up at 52. But there are a couple of letters that we routinely published annually, coming in the second half of the year. So we are on track. The average is probably right around 60 or so. We're about halfway there, and we're about halfway through the year. So we're about on track.
Okay, so Prop 19 has not really affected that. Sounds like we're kind of at the same pace we've been at historically. And
well, Prop 19 actually, it probably hasn't quite affected the number as of so far, but the first two LTAs that were published for Prop 19, guidance on Prop 19, the intergenerational transfers and the base year transfers for seniors and disabled persons, though both of those LTAs took a combined chunk out of staff's time, along with legal and other departments. They were actually quite extensive in their development and in the scope of what they covered.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe that's a better way to analyze it: is how much time, how much staff time are you spending per LTA? And given that Prop 19 is passed, it sounds like that's more in depth. At least an example of something that's more in depth.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Both of those LTAs were significant. Time, effort, and resources were dedicated to those development.
That is great. And then we've got, you mentioned, I think, 4 remote classes with 2 more coming. And then you said there are 17 more.
Yeah, I believe we have 17 already scheduled right now. We added 2 more, so it should be about 19.
Oh, 19. Okay.
Our season for offering these classes usually start in earnest after July. The assessor's offices are fairly busy the second quarter of the year, finishing up their assessment roles, and usually staff has a little bit more time and opportunity to take classes at the second half of the year. So that's why they're mostly concentrated between now.
Yeah. So those are that's 19 classes that are scheduled, I guess, on the calendar. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's happening on remote classes? I know that, I was excited to hear that you're offering more through the Teams, the Teams technology, and how much more of that's going to occur? Is it going to occur to all of our classes? I'm sure some classes are better suited in person than in a Teams meeting format.
Yeah, so far the classes that are scheduled right now, they are all remote. With California opening up in general, we will take a look at how we can offer more classes, start to offer classes in person. There are a couple of advantages to having remote classes. One being it's a little bit less expensive for both the assessors and our staff in order for us to give them. It doesn't require travel. It allows people to take it basically in their office and still be able to handle certain work-related things instead of being away for a full couple of days. But I know there are still a lot of folks, a lot of people out there that prefer in-person classes. So we are looking to add them back into our offerings when possible.
That's
we are
great.
actively looking at that right now.
Sounds like that'll be okay. So can you compare prior pandemic, the number of Teams classes we were providing versus, what we're planning to do?
Yes. So prior to the pandemic, we did not offer any remote classes. What we did offer were a couple of other ways, other than the in-person classes, that the traditional classes where you sat in the classroom and you had a live teacher in front of you. We did offer a couple other alternatives. We offered self-study courses that you basically got written material, you read it at your own pace, you basically took a test or an exam to figure out whether you got the material or not. And if you passed, then you got you got continuing ed classes, continuing educational hours towards the certification for those classes. We also offered a couple of basically online courses that you could basically get on our website and actually take those courses online. It's self-paced, and you can basically view our material and take quizzes that follow through. And then we also offered two other, they are online courses, but they were administered through our partnership with some community colleges. One was with the ARC. We had offered both a class in the basic appraisal, and we offered a class in auditing. And then those were taught at a community college, and with actually an instructor. And we also offered an online option with Sac State. And that is a basic appraisal course that you would take in order to get the certification. That did not have an instructor. It was self-paced. You had basically 1 month to review the material and pass the exam at the end.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course.
I really appreciate it. I think that's a huge step forward, our ability to provide these classes via Teams, and in particular in the more rural counties. I think what a great opportunity to not have to travel and have the ability to get the proper training that assessors' offices need throughout the state and that we need internally. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Members, I think Ms. Stowers has joined us. Do I see her? I think.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
With that, members, are there any other questions on this item or the presentation by Mr. Young? Mr. Gaines, Member Gaines, I think you still have your hand up. I'm assuming that's old. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Taylor, do we have any assessors on the line that wish to comment on this report?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Mr. Jeff Olson from San Diego Assessors County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Olson. I'm the Chief Deputy Assessor. Ernie Dronenberg asked that I call in this morning and listen in. No real comments to make so far. We are very happy in San Diego, as are the other counties, with the abundance of online training for our appraisers. There's a huge pin-up demand on that, and we're very excited. One thing we would like to see, hopefully, as these classes become more regularly scheduled. Currently, there's a restriction that each county can only enroll 6 students in each of the courses, and that's a bit problematic for big counties like San Diego or possibly LA, where I probably have 40 appraisers that need one particular course, and only being able to get 6 of them in it is a little bit difficult.
Thank you and welcome. Ms. Taylor, do we have anybody on the line that wishes to speak on this matter?
I will check. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder for us, if you'd like to queue up immediately for comment, please press 1 followed by 0 now. At this time, we're showing no one queuing up by phone for comment.
Thank you. Members, if there's no other comments or questions, oh, I see Member Cohen. Go ahead, Member Cohen.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I first just want to recognize Mr. Young. Thank you to Mr. Young and to the executive director and the property tax staff just for providing this thoughtful and very thorough analysis of the possible actions that the board can take in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and on possible future actions. I'd like to see if, or I'd like to make a request to see if we could may ask for an analysis and proposal on how to respond to the situation faced by taxpayers impacted by the COVID-19 shutdown, such as those who were over 55 years of age were not able to complete their base year value transfer to new properties. And my purpose for asking is we know that on March 19th in 2020, the governor issued an executive order directing all individuals living in the state of California to stay at home or in their place of residence except as needed to maintain continuity of operation. The executive order severely impacted the ability of individuals to complete base year transfers within the constitutionally mandated 2-year time period. So therefore, I'd like to ask, I would like us to review a report from the Board of Equalization staff on their suggestions regarding a narrowly targeted constitutional amendment to provide relief for taxpayers who were impacted by 19. So I'm just looking for a report from BOE staff on their suggestions. And I believe that such relief could include a constitutional amendment to extend the time for individuals to complete their base year transfers to such a time that the executive order is lifted. So I'm just trying to sync up really these two different timelines. Or if not transferred to such a time that the executive order is lifted, but also or to such other date that the legislature determines the economy has been reopened statewide plus 1 year. So when the economy opens up plus 1 year, again, this is in an effort to keep the taxpayers' interests at the forefront of our mind. And I am trusting that the executive director through her staff would be able to provide thoughts on this request. Maybe not right now, but in an upcoming meeting. So just for clarity, let me summarize what I just said, and I'll put it in the form of a motion. I make a motion following that the board direct the executive director to report at its upcoming July meeting on options for narrowly targeted constitutional amendment to provide relief for taxpayers who were impacted by COVID-19 shutdown, including but not limited to those taxpayers who were unable to complete base year transfers within the constitutionally mandated 2-year period.
I would second that.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
I'll second
Thank you.
that.
So it's been
That
moved
was a
by
motion.
Member Cohen and it was seconded by Member Gaines.
Thank you, Member Gaines.
Do we have any comments from our executive director, Ms. Fleming, on this?
Thank you for the opportunity. Good question, and I think that is something that staff and I can take a look at. I won't get into the technical details with them now, but I believe we've started to look at some of that work already as it's related to COVID-19's impact on these deadlines, and the base year value being one of them. So I will take this back to staff and have some more detailed discussions about how to narrowly target this opportunity for some taxpayer relief. If I may, I would just ask Mr. Young if he has any comments to complement or any additional comments on this item, as it's already related to the scope of the upcoming item here on property tax deadlines and the resulting impact from COVID-19. Mr. Young, any additional comments?
Thank you for the opportunity, Executive Director Fleming. I had planned on addressing part of that in my third report,
In the upcoming report.
Yeah, if it suits the board, maybe I can do it then, or if you wish, I can move that forward.
Chairman Vasquez, can we
I
proceed to
didn't
that item?
understand.
It's the next item on the agenda.
Okay, so why don't we,
You want to hold until
hold my
after this
motion?
report, Member Cohen?
Yeah, why don't we put on hold my motion and I will listen to Mr. Young's presentation.
Okay, and see if he answers. And if it falls short, then maybe you might want to reword your motion.
Exactly.
All right.
Perfect.
Why don't we
you.
just table that if we can and
Yes.
let Mr. Young continue with his presentation.
Thank you, Member Cohen.
Mr. Young.
Chair.
Chair Vasquez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is the Vice Chair Schaefer, do you have a comment on this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say I strongly support Ms. Cohen's efforts to help the families who've been adversely affected by Prop 19. I just want to express my support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Chairman
Young.
Vasquez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Taylor, would you like me to announce the item?
Please.
And would you like to take them out of order and do the COVID-19 impact first?
Why don't we do
and
that?
then we'll wrap up. Okay. So our next item is K3C, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, COVID-19 Impact on Property Tax Deadlines, Status Update on a Review of Existing Constitutional and Statutory Property Tax Deadlines Impacted by COVID-19. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young.
Yes, good morning again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. David Young here again. I bring before you a status update on our review of existing constitutional and statutory property tax deadlines impacted by COVID-19. At the April 27th, 2011 board meeting, the board directed executive director to review the impact of COVID-19 on the ability of parties to meet property tax deadlines and to provide recommendations for the board's consideration. As you are well aware, the administration of property tax is very deadline driven, with some of the deadlines prescribed in statutes while others are embedded in the California Constitution. Staff has started a broad-based review process, but have focused on deadlines that could be addressed by statutory changes. Staff was able to identify 2 statutes that currently provide authority to the board to provide relief for certain deadlines. Additionally, staff has followed up on deadlines that are embedded in the California Constitution that will require a constitutional amendment. By the way of background, during the COVID-19 pandemic and restrictions placed on Californians in March of 2020 and related stay-at-home orders, a primary concern was the ability of county assessors, assessment appeals boards, and taxpayers to meet certain property tax deadlines. Staff reviewed the many inquiries received through telephone calls, emails, letters, and public comments through various board meetings, and reviewed our property tax calendar of deadlines and arrived at several conclusions. In summary, it was noted that the scope of the board's authority to provide relief by extending certain deadlines could be enhanced by amending several statutes. One issue brought to our attention was the filing deadline for business property statements. Pursuant to Revenue Taxation Code Section 441, property statements are due between January 1 and April 1st of each year. A penalty attaches if the property statements are not filed by May 7th of that year. Concerns were raised that due to the COVID-19 restrictions, property statements could not be filed timely and the board was asked if they could extend that deadline. Additionally, the board was asked to extend deadlines for assessment appeals pursuant to Revenue Taxation Code Section 1604. Assessment appeal boards have 2 years to hear and to decide an assessment appeals case. For the deadlines to file the property statements, the board lacked the authority to extend the deadline. Pursuant to Revenue Taxation Code 155, the board had the ability to extend the deadline for an action that must be taken by the assessor or an assessment appeals board, but not for taxpayers. Accordingly, the board did not have the authority to extend the deadline to file a property tax statement. The board and the California Assessors Association worked with the governor's office on Executive Order N-61-20 to extend the deadline to May 30th of 2020. As for the deadline for which the assessment appeals boards must render a final decision, the board had the authority to grant an extension up to 40 days pursuant to Revenue Taxation Code 155. However, the 40-day extension was not adequate for some AAB's assessment appeals boards to hear and decide all their affected cases. The board also, in collaboration with CAA, worked with the governor's office again on Executive Order N-72-20, extending the 2-year deadline until January 31st, 2021. Subsequently, the legislature passed Assembly Bill 107, which extended the deadline further until March 31st of 2021. However, both the legislation and executive orders were temporary and do not apply beyond March 31st of 2021. Lessons learned during the COVID-19 show that the actions needed for the board to be prepared to provide relief when emergency occurs. Legislative amendments to existing statutes could provide the board with authority, flexibility, and agility to address future emergency situations. Some of the potential amendments that we can look at is amend Revenue and Taxation Code Section 155 to extend that statute to allow the board to provide relief to taxpayers, not only to for deadlines for assessors and county boards for county boards for assessment appeals. There is also a similar statute in Government Code Section 15620. That Government Code section provides a 30-day extension for anybody who is required to turn in a report or a document to the board. Right now, it has a 30-day extension limit. We should consider perhaps extending that to a 40-day limit to basically mirror that of 155 in cases of state of emergency or disaster. So also in the April 27, 2021 memorandum from Board Member Cohen to the board attached to that April public agenda notice. There were a couple of additional issues raised that may require a constitutional amendment. The first issue deals with the extension of the 2-year time limit pursuant to Section 2 of Article 13A of the California Constitution that requires somebody who is age 55 or disabled in which to complete their base year transfers. So they would have to buy their replacement property within 2 years of the sale of their original property. And the second issue that was brought up in that memorandum also dealt with the deadlines for Prop 19. So Prop 19 requires the purchase or the construction of a replacement principal residence for victims of wildfires or natural disasters to basically happen in 2 years. The question was asked whether that timeline, the 2-year timeline, is sufficient. Right now, under the old disaster relief rules, if you are transferring your property within the same county, you have 5 years in which to complete that transaction. And if you are transferring it to a different county, a county with a ordinance that allows it to take a transfer from outside its own counties, you have a 3-year timeline. Under Prop 19, their disaster relief only gives you a 2-year timeline. So both of those would require constitutional amendments, and I believe this is the point where that brings us to Board Member Cohn's motion. This concludes my presentation of the impact of COVID-19 on deadlines. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I just have one real quick one. You mentioned now under Prop 19, if somebody is to or wants to, I guess a person that's over 55 and wants to transfer his base year value from one property to the next, he's got a 2-year he or she has a 2-year window. Does it matter if they purchase a property that's more expensive, or does it have to be the same or less?
Under Prop 19, the new rules are that if it's over, if you're doing such a base year transfer, anything over the fair market value of your original home, basically is added on to that base year value of your old home. So if you bought a home for $600,000 and the original home was worth $500,000, and the base year value on the old home was $200,000, you would take the base year value of the $200,000, and then you would add the difference of the two fair market values. So it's $600,000 minus the $100,000, and so the assessed value would be $300,000. So it doesn't penalize you, it doesn't disqualify you from transferring the base year. It just adds on the extra value, so to speak.
Oh, okay. So you're able to do it, but you're not able to basically keep the same. In other words, obviously you'll be paying less taxes on your original home, even with the increases over the years. You really you can't carry it at that level, but you could carry somewhat of a discount because it would just be assessed the difference, basically.
Correct. And if I'm not mistaken, there may be some language in the base year value transfers and as to how to define equal or less. So I think that is working its way through the legislation too. So.
Okay. But if you do it at the same value or less, nothing changes then, right?
Nothing changes. That is correct.
Got it. Member Cohen, does that address most of your concerns, or you still have some, you want to modify your motion maybe? I don't hear. Let me hear from is there any other comments or questions on Mr. Young's report at this point? Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just as a matter of clarification, I'm wondering if Mr. Young is familiar with Assemblymember Kiley's ACA that's being proposed. I think it's a repeal of the the portion of Prop 19 that transfers property to children and grandchildren. But can you expand on that?
Yes, I will be more than happy to. I believe that's if I'm not mistaken, is that ACA 9?
Yes.
Yes, you are correct in characterizing it as it basically does repeal the portion that is the intergenerational transfer. So it would set the clock back for intergenerational transfers, and it would go back to grandparent, grandchild, parent to child prior to Prop 19. So it would remove that portion, but it would keep the base year transfer portion for seniors 55 and older and disabled persons, and it would keep the base year transfers for disaster relief pursuant to 19.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, of course.
Member Cohen, I just I would just wanted to know if you had any comments, or did you for Mr. Young's presentation, if in fact this addressed most or some of your issues on your motion?
Thank you. Yes, it does address most of them. I'm thinking that we should probably provide a little more of a robust record, so that people will be able to, taxpayers will be able to put their hands on such a report that we can then upload to the website. So I'm going to suggest that we proceed with the motion to report on the constitutional options for COVID-19 relief. Again, this is so it will live in a living document.
Second.
Thank you, Member Gaines. July 27th, by the way, is perfectly fine. So Tony, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry about that. So moving forward now, your motion would basically, you wanted the staff to come back, I guess, at the 29th meeting with any recommendations or possible deadline extensions that we could do, or at least look at whether it's a rule change or maybe some things that we might even want to suggest to the legislators, right?
Well,
if we don't have the power. Yeah.
I suspect that it's a little bit more than a rule change. I'm looking to push for some constitutional relief.
There you go. Okay.
So
all right.
That's the question.
I think we're pretty clear. So it's been moved at second. Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the roll on this.
You have a question.
Wait, Ms. Stowers.
Oh, I'm Ms. Stowers. I don't. Oh, I see you down. I just saw your hand. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I just want clarification. Is this just limiting to constitutional changes, having the report to address constitutional changes, or do you want to also look at RTC 155 to allow additional relief to taxpayers as well to assessors and AABs, and RTC, Government Code 15620 to lengthen the time from 30 days to 40 days. And those are the two items that Mr. Young had in his report.
Yeah, thank you. You actually raise a really good point. I would like it to look at all of that. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So it sounds like the seconder is on board with that. Okay. So any other comments or questions before we vote on the motion? I see something blinking over here. Is that one of the staffers or no? I guess not. Okay. Ms. Taylor, if you would call the roll on the motion.
Chairman Vasquez, perhaps we can seek public comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let's see if there's any public comment.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, you can press 1 followed by 0 now to queue up for comment. Once again, 1 followed by 0. And at this time, we have no one queuing up by phone.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, I know we had somebody representing, I believe it was Jeff representing our chair of Mr. Dronenberg. Is he still available?
Yes, I believe he is.
Did he want to make a comment on this before we move and vote on this?
No, this is Ernie Dronenberg.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Good. I think it's a good idea. It's going to take a couple of years to get this through, though, I would, because of the fact that can't have a new bill right now. But I think that there's a lot of good things that have been discussed, and it'd be interesting. It needs 2/3 vote for the bill in the legislature to go through. So I don't know that that's going to get through any faster.
Okay.
But what has been suggested by Cohen, I think, are good ideas.
Thank you. With that, seeing no other comments or questions, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the roll on the motion.
Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Cohen.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Renati, I guess we can go back to our previous item.
The next item is K3B, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Welfare Exemption Program Review. Status update on the white paper for a review of the Welfare Exemption Program. This matter will be presented by Mr. Young.
Yes, good morning again. This is David Young with the from the Property Tax Department, and good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I have for you today a status update on the development of the white paper on affordable housing and the welfare exemption program. At the May 25th, 2021 board meeting, the board directed executive director to develop a white paper to review the board's role in affordable housing. Staff has started to work on this project. The main area of focus will be the impact of the welfare exemption on affordable housing. As you know, the board co-administers the welfare exemption with the county assessors. Our role is to receive and process applications from nonprofit organizations, review their documentation, and issue organizational clearance certificates if approved. The county assessor's role is to review individual properties seeking the exemption to ensure it is used for a qualified purpose. Staff is gathering data on the welfare exemption, gathering data from our welfare exemption database to analyze whether there are constraints in the system that can be addressed. The current welfare exemption database is designed to process applications, and consequently gathering statistical data requires either programming or manual extraction and collection. However, progress is being made. The white paper, when completed, will contain a general discussion of affordable housing in California, the board's property tax program that intersect with affordable housing, and a review of the program's effectiveness, and provide recommendations for the board's consideration. So, work has started on the project. The project, as you know, is being funded by the federal government. The board is is a little bit, it takes a little bit to get our hands around. It is, but we will be concentrating mainly on the welfare exemption, and that is, I believe, probably the most impactful program that we have that will impact affordable housing. Also, I gave you a report today on the CLT. I will also include a report on the culmination of the project. Hopefully, when I turn in this white paper, it actually has a pretty good. It's actually a pretty good example of the board's role in providing some of this guidance for affordable housing. It both intersects the exemption aspect of it. They are seeking an exemption on land that they hold for development, and it also touches on the valuation and the restricted value portion of affordable housing. So this is just an update. Staff is working on it. We're gathering data. Our goal is to bring it back before the board either in July or August. We're trying to move it as quickly as possible, but it will take some analyzing and some real good research before we can turn a good product into you for your review. So that is just an update. I'm available for any questions you may have on this or any concerns. So at your pleasure.
Thank you. Just one quick comment. Yeah, I appreciate all the efforts in getting the information to produce the backbone for the white paper. I realize the importance of obtaining accurate and precise data, but we have a long-standing relationship with the largest counties in the state, you know, Los Angeles, Ventura, Riverside, San Diego, to name a few. I think we should take advantage of our partnership and really work with ones that do have the data, take samples and extrapolate so we have a representation of what's out there. We don't need to capture an entire universe, but it'd be fast turnaround if we should quantify by finding a common denominator and determining what we can do, what we can see moving forward with this. I don't want to discount the smaller counties. Maybe we can sample a weighted mix of, some of the large and medium and small counties, so we are all certain that we're getting a pretty good sampling of this. Do you think it'd be possible to do this rather than attempting to gather, 100% of all the data out there?
Thank you for that excellent suggestion. I know it will be really, really hard to gather 100% of the data. I mean, we are looking at many databases, and it's so far we're finding it's hard to find one basically source. So we're trying to piece together some. We have staff looking. I absolutely am intending on contacting our partners, our assessors, in gathering some of this data, and hopefully we should be able to get something that we can give a fairly good representation of what we're dealing with in California.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, we don't have any written comments on this, do we?
No, we do not.
And do we need to check with I see a hand up now. Ms. Stowers, go ahead, Ms. Stowers.
I'm a little slow, but thank you. I just wanted to just say, this is something that we're definitely looking into, and it's a great project. I know it's going to be time consuming gathering the data, but I just want to reflect and say thank you to Member Cohen and Chair Vasquez for raising this issue of affordable housing, and especially as it relates to the welfare exemption. As we know, Ms. Cohen brought it up back in November 2019, and we had presenters 2019 and the early part of 2020. And I imagine it kind of took the back seat because of COVID. But then the chair, thank you for bringing it back up again in this past April. And here we go again, trying to get our hands around affordable housing, something that we definitely need in the state of California. And focusing on our program, the railroad exemption, is an excellent way, an excellent tool. So just thank you to the two of you.
No, thank you. And I was reminded when I was reading back the memo that Member Cohen shared with us this morning. And I think now, you know, because a lot of that discussion that we had and even that hearing was, you know, pre-COVID, and now post-COVID, you know, I think there's a whole different mindset. And I'm curious now because, you know, there's at least like on the west side here where I'm in my district, I'm finding a lot of office buildings that now may not be used as much because I think people got kind of accustomed. And actually in some businesses are telling me they're finding themselves being more productive remotely, working remotely. And I think there's going to be a whole new paradigm shift here on what is, you know, the brick and mortar office. And I'm thinking, you know, some of those office buildings now may be vacant that we could maybe do an adaptive reuse of some of those and turn them into housing moving forward. And that's something that we didn't even consider back in 2019, because obviously people were operating out of their office buildings. So I think there's some real good opportunities moving forward. So I'm looking forward to it and kind of building on what Member Cohen, you know, what we started with back in 2019 and tweak certain things and actually maybe even look at new opportunities. And I know there's been some discussion with many of the affordable and nonprofit housing developers in trying to be a little creative and actually looking at a lot of the state, federal, and city-owned properties, and even school districts that own property now that may be available for housing opportunities or mixed-use opportunities. I see a hand from Vice Chair Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vasquez. Before we get too far away from item 3 here, we had Deputy Assistant Assessor for Mr. Dronenberg's office, Mr. Olson, tell us that he was having trouble getting his people who needed training into the limited 6 slots. And he also mentioned Mr. Prang, our assessor in LA, was having the same problem. We didn't offer him any solutions. Are we able to? Is anybody listening? I would like to think that what he had told us is going to get a meaningful response. Hopefully, the situation will improve.
Member Schaefer, were you asking a question? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, you recall, you know, that he told us about this. I just wonder, are we able to assist him in some way or refer to somebody, or who's making that decision? I would think we'd have something to say about the training that would be available to our assessor staff.
Members, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members, this is Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. To address Vice Chair Schaefer's comments, Vice Chair will be happy to work directly with the assessors on this item. We'll follow up with Mr. Olson and also with Assessor Prang's office to drill down on this detail. Staff are already engaged in the discussions, so we'll be happy to follow up to make sure that the concerns are addressed.
Thank you very much, and let it be known that I fully support their request. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Schaefer. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Hi,
Member
this
Gaines,
is,
I see a
Bernie.
hand, Member Gaines.
Oh, I was just going to emphasize, I want to thank Member Schaefer for bringing that up, because I wasn't quite sure how it concluded either, but certainly with the success that we're having with Teams, it seems that you could have unlimited numbers of people attending that style of class. So I'm glad that we're following up on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member
Thank you.
Gaines.
And I believe, do we have the assessor from San Diego, Ernie? I think Dronenberg, is he still on the line? I believe he had a comment as well.
Yeah, this is Ernie. I was on the line when Jeff was talking. I let him speak because he had more grasp on the current numbers. But we're seeing David move significantly now that COVID's behind us, and we're hopeful of getting more as he gets the availability. And he's doing a great job of working in that area. We just got way behind in the number of hours we need for people to maintain and to advance. And so I let Jeff speak because I wanted him to let you know our concern, but I'm not at all unhappy with the progress that David's making and recognizing what we need.
Thank you. I see, I'm assuming these are old hands, Vice Chair Schaefer and Member Gaines. Are those old hands? I believe so.
Those are old hands, I'm sorry.
All righty, thank you. If there's no other comments or questions, I'm hearing one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
did want to say that the welfare thing is something that a lot of assessors are interested in. This is Ernie Dronenberg, I'm sorry for the record. And there's a lot of interest. Somebody else trying to talk? Am I talking over?
No, you're good. I think there was somebody had their mic on, but now they silenced it. Go ahead.
But there's a lot of interest by assessors in this welfare exemption housing issue, and we want to be as helpful to David in the project as possible because you know, it's a co-administered kind of thing, and we've recognized since Member Cohen had mentioned it, that there was some reaction from our assessors to the fact that yes, we really would like to be part of it, and we will help in any way we can to get the data for David.
Thank you, I appreciate that. With that, members, if there's no other comments or questions, let me ask Ms. Taylor if she would please call the next item.
The next item is K4A, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, update on legislative issues, update on administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting BOE, and K4B, update on legislation related to the implementation of Proposition 19. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati and Ms. Fleming.
Members, this is Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I would like to provide you with a status update on the 3 board-sponsored legislative proposals approved by the board at the December 2020 and February 2021 board meetings. As of June 14th, Senate Bill 825 was amended to add another one of the board's legislative proposals, which is the extension of the welfare exemption for land conservancies and land trusts for an additional 5 years. Accordingly, now all 3 of the board-sponsored legislative proposals are included in Senate Bill 825. To briefly recap, Senate Bill 825 amends Revenue and Taxation Code Section 401.10 to extend the sunset date for valuation of inter-county pipeline rights-of-way, and it amends RTC Section 1752.2 related to multi-jurisdictional assessment appeals boards, and, as mentioned, amends RTC 214.02 to extend the sunset date of the welfare exemption for land conservancies and land trusts. This bill is set for the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee hearing on July 5th. A support letter for SB 825 was submitted to the committee on behalf of the board. Next, members, on behalf of Ms. Fleming, I will provide an update on active legislation related to the implementation of Prop 19. As of today, there are 2 active measures related to the implementation of Prop 19, Senate Bill 539 and Assembly Constitutional Amendment 9. Senate Bill 539, introduced by Senator Hertzberg and Senators Allen and McGuire as principal co-authors, is a property taxation bill regarding intergenerational transfers of real property and base year value transfers. This bill was amended in the Senate on May 28th, and a summary of the amendments are included in BOE's recently issued analysis available on our website. The amendments address several areas of the intergenerational transfer provisions, continues to provide the BOE the authority for emergency rulemaking, and attempts to address the definition of what constitutes a family farm. In addition, the amendment broadens the scope of the measure to include victims of wildfires and natural disasters. This bill passed the Senate floor on June 3rd by a vote of 37-0, and it is now with the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee with a hearing set for July 5th. Next is ACA 9, introduced by Assemblymember Kiley. This measure was introduced on May 3rd and seeks to repeal several provisions of Prop 19 regarding the intergenerational base transfer exemptions and instead reinstate the prior rule. The measure would apply retroactively to all affected purchases or transfers occurring on or after February 16, 2021. Currently, this measure is awaiting referral to a committee in the Assembly. Staff has prepared and posted a bill analysis on the BOE website for ACA 9. Members, this concludes my report. I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
I think Member Cohen has something. Go ahead, Member Cohen.
My camera is off, but I want to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Renati, I appreciate that report. Thank you, because I'm closely monitoring all these different pieces of legislation that are moving. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment. So since we are receiving reports on legislation relevant to prop tax administration, I also would like to comment on a bill that is currently working its way through the legislature. Assembly Bill 8. Sorry, that's Madison. Assembly Bill 984, which is the Fair Appraisal Act. It's authored by Assemblymember Chris Holden. What it does is it addresses how implicit biases have resulted in the undervaluation of homes owned particularly by Black families. And I just want to highlight that I'm not sure if you're following the news, but there's been a couple of reports reported in the paper of how homes owned by Black families are often dramatically undervalued when they are appraised for sale or for refinancing. And so this undervaluation creates further inequities in housing and impacts the ability of Black families to experience the upward mobility that is a part of the American dream of home ownership. AB 948 addresses the issue of undervaluation in the following ways. I'm going to briefly detail them for you. So first, it requires that the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers to issue a notice that any appraisal of property must be unbiased, and that biased appraisals can be reported to the mortgage broker, financial institution, or to the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers. So that's the first point. Second point, it requires the Bureau to compile specified demographic information on complaints filed based on low appraisals and report that information to the legislature on or before July 1st, 2024. It also mandates a licensed appraiser applicant to complete 1 hour of instruction in cultural competency and 2 hours of elimination of bias training. So as you can see, AB 948 is pretty robust and thoughtful. It enjoys broad support, including Government Relations Committee of the Appraisal Institute and the California Association of Realtors. AB 948 has proceeded through the legislature so far without a single vote of opposition. I want to note that I've sent a letter of support for AB 948 to the Senate Committee on Business, Professional, and Economic Development, where the bill is scheduled to be heard tomorrow. If passed out of this committee, the bill will then be heard by the Senate Judiciary Committee and then the full Senate. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I'd like for you guys to consider something. I'd like to ask that the executive director prepare and circulate a letter of support for AB 948 that members of the board can sign. Again, AB 8948 provides a robust mechanism to address implicit biases in the appraisal of homes by creating notice that appraisals must be unbiased through data collection on complaints and by training on how to avoid bias. So, Mr. Chair and colleagues, I respectfully request that a letter of support be prepared by the executive director in support of AB 948.
This is Rex Stowers. I definitely agree with that. Just reviewing the bill right now, I think a board support letter is appropriate if the members are in agreement too. I would just ask that so that we can get it out as soon as possible. If we just authorize Ms. Fleming to sign without trying to have all member signatures.
Okay.
Have the ED draft and send it, and then send it out.
You know what I think would probably be appropriate? I get you're saying you obviously want to move this as quick as possible, and I think it's good. Why don't we just have her, if everybody's comfortable with it, draft something and then just circulate it to everybody, and if everybody's good with it, that assumes, unless they hear otherwise, she hears otherwise from folks, everybody would just sign on to it.
I think
Member
Chairman,
Showers,
want to do this as expeditiously
If I
as
could
possible.
Oh, go ahead.
Correct, if I could just clarify that. This is Executive Director Brenda Fleming. If I could clarify, I think what Board Member Collins and Deputy Controller Stowers are saying, if the letter of support is drafted from the Executive Director and then distributed amongst the members for signature, that's going to take a little time to get done.
Right.
Or the other option is I can certainly circulate it for your review and then sign it under the Executive Director's signature. And then make sure that you're CC'd on it. It just depends on, which route you take is a timing issue. So if you are in fact wanting something to be sent today so that it could be entered for tomorrow's hearing, as if I'm understanding Ms. Cohen correctly, the hearing is tomorrow.
Correct.
We would need to have it come under the ED signature to be distributed right away.
I'd like to make a recommendation that we just let Ms. Fleming get it out, supporting what Ms. Stowers said.
I would support that. I mean, when let her go ahead and draft it and just send it so everybody could see it. And then if she doesn't hear anything by the end of the day, go ahead and sign it and send it off so it comes in a timely manner. Member Gaines.
Yeah, Member Gaines, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Vice Chair Schaefer here.
Oh, Vice Chair Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, well, I fully support Member Cohen's efforts and have fairness in our evaluations. I would like to have us go on record now in support of AB 948, and we should be able to sign it now. I don't know that there's really any reason to delay anything past this afternoon. Thank you.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to read the bill. So, and I may be supportive, but I can't tell you whether I'd support it or not until I know what I'm supporting. And I appreciate Member Cohen bringing it forward, and thank you for the explanation. But I've been caught in situations where I supported bills that I wasn't familiar with enough and got myself in trouble. So if I could, just take a look at the text and read through it, and that, if I could have a little time for that, I think I could probably turn something around quickly and give you an indication where I am. And,
absolutely, I think that's absolutely reasonable.
Right.
That's what I was suggesting. I think it's adequate and timely if we have until the end of the day. Is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Vice Chair, I'll go along with that.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we give ourselves to the end of the day, and then unless our executive director hears any opposition from any of the members, she will move forward.
May I say one more thing?
Member Cohen, yes.
Thank you, Director Senator Gaines. Just wanted to again highlight that the bill does have bipartisan support. So
Great,
I
thank
think
you.
I think it'd be quick and easy for your team to do the review.
I appreciate that, but I still like to look at it.
I agree. I would too.
All righty. So do we need a motion, or is there, it seems like there's a consensus, right?
Looks like there's consensus.
Yeah, I'm seeing heads nod. I think we have a consensus. So why don't we just leave it with our executive director, and then we have until the end of the day to take a look and review that. Thank you for bringing that up to our attention, Ms. Cohen, Member Cohen. I wasn't aware it was actually being heard tomorrow. With that, Mr. Knight, was there any other updates on the legislative agenda?
Chairman Vasquez, my report is complete. I'm available to answer any other questions that you or the board may have.
Members, are there any other questions on other bills that are out there at this point? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Taylor, if you would move on to our next item.
The next item is K5, Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office's report, an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. I'm pleased to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. First, I'd like to update you on the progress made for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing that will be held on August 24th at the board meeting. Posters and flyers for the event were distributed on June 4th, 2021 to county agencies involved in the property tax systems with our request for them to place them in public areas so they were visible to taxpayers. Those on distribution included county assessors, tax collectors, clerk of the board, and county auditors. A letter to assessors number 2021-023 was issued on June 10th advising assessors, taxpayers, and other interested parties about the hearing. The poster and flyer publication was also posted to the website as an invitation to taxpayers to come before the selected board to share their thoughts. I'll be working with Peter Kim, the communications officer, to publicize the event on social media platforms. Additionally, similar to past years, I will be reaching out directly to taxpayer organizations asking for their assistance to notify their members of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. Historically, I have contacted the following 6 taxpayer organizations: CalTax, Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, Spidell Publishing, CalChamber, California Society of CPAs, and California Enrolled Agents. Next, I will be sharing some statistics on cases completed by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office in the prior month to provide some insight on the types of cases that we have. In May, we completed 17 cases. 3 were in Board Member Gaines' district, and 3 were in Board Member Cohen's district. 7 were in Board Member Vasquez's district, and 4 were in Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the 17 completed cases, 4 were in the administrative category and 14 were in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellation, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on a property tax bill. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, decline in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new constructions, enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category, 2 cases involved tax bill penalties for not paying their property tax installment timely, and 1 addressed the addresses used to mail the property tax bill, and another case involved defaulted taxes. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office assisted the taxpayers by providing information about the laws requiring the tax collector to add penalties when property tax installments are not paid timely, and that taxpayers can submit a request to the tax collector's office for penalty cancellation. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office also directed the taxpayers to resources on the county tax collector's website where they could submit the penalty cancellation form and provide information on the statutes allowing for penalty cancellations for reasons. In the case of one taxpayer that received penalties for not paying his property tax bill for the prior year, the taxpayer felt he shouldn't receive a penalty because he didn't receive the tax bill since it was sent to his former mortgage company. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office explained that the tax bills are sent to the address on the assessor's assessment roll, and that mailing addresses that was used was based on the recorded grant deed, and that if a mailing address is to change, the owner must notify the assessor's office in writing so they can update that address. Our office ensured that the assessor was notified of the mailing address change for future assessments. And for the case involving defaulted taxes, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office explained the availability of installment payment plans with the tax collector's office for delinquent taxes, and that once 5 years has lapsed, then the tax collector is required to put the property up for tax sale. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office explained the law that allows a taxpayer to redeem the property by paying back taxes and penalties in full before any auction can take place. And if the taxpayer has a misfortune of having its property sold at auction, we wanted to make sure that we notified the taxpayer of their right to submit a claim for excess proceeds in case the money collected at the sale of auction is beyond that amount of taxes owed and any lien holders. With respect to the valuation category and its 13 cases in total, 4 addressed various aspects of change in ownership. Of the change in ownership cases, 2 addressed the base year value transfer of property being established for property despite later reductions for declines in value, as well as amounts stipulated to an appeal. One of those cases addressed a partial change in ownership, which was reassessed due to a sibling transfer, and the other case involved the issuance of a negative supplemental to provide a reduction in value following enrollment of value for disaster relief granting. The Taxpayers Rights Advocate Office assisted these taxpayers by providing information about base year values and that values being established when determined by the assessor with an appeal period that a taxpayer can dispute such value or contact them. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office also provided information about transfers of interest between siblings that cause a change in ownership subject to reassessment, even if the property previously belonged to the sibling's parent and was granted exclusion under the parent-child transfer. With respect to the partial change in ownership for the sibling transfer, we provided information to the taxpayer that indicated what information they could submit to indicate that the property may have been a specific bequest to one of the siblings, and other siblings received assets of equal value. They could contact the assessor's office directly, or they could coordinate with us, and we would be happy to be in communication with the assessor's office to facilitate dissemination of that information. And with respect to the cases for exclusions from reassessments and exemptions, there were 5, of which 2 pertain to the base year value transfer exclusions for persons age 55 and over, and 1 pertained to proportionate interest exclusion. With respect to the exemption cases, 1 pertained to the welfare exemption and 1 pertained to the disabled veterans exemption. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office helped these taxpayers by explaining the exclusion requirements and documentation needed to demonstrate qualifications for a base year value transfer, as well as how to support proportionality for a legal entity interest transfer. With respect to the welfare exemption case, our office communicated with the assessor's office to ensure that the claim filing was processed, to ensure that the exemption was granted as quickly as possible. Additionally, for the disabled veterans exemption case, our office explained to the taxpayer how the exemption claim form could be revised and how to substantiate an earlier year of disability to be granted for the disabled veterans exemption. As a further illustration or example of a case and our level of assistance, I'd like to provide kind of this information. Taxpayer had transferred property from himself as an individual to a limited liability company he owned. However, because of the ownership structure, it was not apparent that the transfer qualified for as proportionate for exclusion under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 62A2. Our office was able to conduct research to find the appropriate property tax rule reference to support proportionality once the taxpayer provided substantiation for his sole ownership in another entity that owned 1% of the LLC, with the remaining 99% owned by him directly as an individual. We coordinated with the assessor's office to explain why we believe the transfer qualified as proportionate and should not have been reassessed, and explained to the taxpayer the type of documentation needed to be furnished to the assessor's office to support the ownership interest and demonstrate proportionality. The assessor's office then agreed to reverse the reassessment and process refunds for several years back. The remaining 4 cases in the valuation category concern declines in value, assessment appeals, and general property taxation. Our office assisted these taxpayers by explaining how real property is assessed in California and the limitations of Proposition 13 for assessment purposes. We explained that a property's assessment can increase by more than 2% a year if it's assessed at market value under a decline in value status below its factored base year value, and illustrated to the taxpayers what their assessment increases were and the importance of comparing assessed values as opposed to comparing the amount of taxes, since the amount of taxes billed on a property tax bill can include more than ad valorem property taxes. With respect to the assessment appeals case, our office directed the taxpayer to resources explaining that an assessment appeals board can hear an appeal for the denial of a base year value transfer and the value of the original property for meeting the equal or lesser value comparison purposes or test of Proposition 90. The taxpayer prevailed, and the assessment board, appeals board, agreed it had jurisdiction to hear the matter, and the appeal was scheduled for with affected parties' notice. That concludes my update. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Board member Schaefer did ask a question and had some comments regarding the poster for the upcoming Bill of Rights hearing that was mentioned in item K1. And I asked if we could delay that until item K5, so I appreciate that. Would board member Schaefer like to ask that question, or would you like me to try to paraphrase that?
Vice Chair Schaefer, you want to go ahead and repeat?
We just want to update the flyer to make it clear that you don't have to be in Sacramento to partake, and that it is a virtual situation, and taxpayers throughout the state are encouraged to take advantage of what we offer. Thank you.
So I'm happy to look at that in the future year. The posters and flyers have already been distributed and printed. At the time they were printed and created, it was unclear whether we would be still in a remote environment. So we listed Sacramento because that's our agency kind of headquarters. The poster does have a link to our website where information can be obtained about the format, and I'm happy to update that further. to, indicate that is virtual for that. Additionally, as part of my remarks, I had said that I reach out to different taxpayer organizations, the 6, to ask if they could, notify their membership by email, and link them to our website. In that communication, I'll be happy to stress that the hearing will be remote, just like the board meeting, and that it will be virtual, so taxpayers can call in to participate, and that they don't have to come to Sacramento to attend. So thank you for that comment, Mr. Shaver.
Ms. Thompson, we're trying to distribute in District 4 here in San Diego some of the material, and we don't want them to have to, taxpayers to feel they have to go to a link. Maybe you have a rubber stamp that you can just go stamp, stamp, stamp. That'll say, hey, this is virtual. Whatever you can do to make it a more productive document for our use in San Diego, I would appreciate it.
Certainly, I'll provide as much notification as possible that it is virtual, and we'll put that information in several places. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gaines. You're muted, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the outreach component for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office report. And I know that Ms. Thompson already indicated some of the bigger agencies and groups that it's going out to, but are we also doing a grassroots outreach via email lists and things of that nature?
So we, as part of the notification, we send to the letters to assessors information list, which is quite broad. Sorry, I don't have a count for it. Many thousands are on that distribution.
Okay.
And we posted it, on our Taxpayer Rights Advocate pages. And so I know many assessors' offices actually have a link on their website to the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayer Rights Advocate page. So we can do that. But I could also add something to the very first page, maybe, of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and also talk with the communications officer, on how we can go ahead and publicize this more in addition to social media platform.
That'd be great. If you could do that, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation. I like the way it was broken out. I like the example that you cited. It's always nice to have a sense of the nature of some of the cases coming before us while at the same time protecting people's privacy. But thank you very much.
Thank you. We're happy to help taxpayers.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions from any of the members, Ms. Taylor, do we have any written comments on this item?
We do not have any written comments on this item.
Can we check with any of the assessors that might be on the line or AT&T?
Certainly. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly. So just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, please press 1 followed by 0 now if you'd like to queue up here for comment. Once again, 1 followed by 0. And at this time, we have no one queuing up by phone.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item.
The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearings, discussion on the implementation of Proposition 19, the Home Protection for Seniors Severely Disabled, Families, and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act of 2020. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. This matter will be presented by Chairman Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, consistent with our decision several months ago, we reserved the M1 item on every agenda to engage in discussion of Prop 19 issues and concerns. And we encourage residents and officials throughout the state to bring forward any issues that will need attention or further policy development. Let me just turn it over to the members. Do we have any comments or questions on this item before we open it up for the public? I see a hand from Member Gaines. Is that an old hand? I believe it was an old hand. Okay. With that, Ms. Taylor, can we check on with AT&T if there's anybody, or we don't have any written comments on this, right?
Correct. No written comments were received. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this matter? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly. So once again, just a reminder, please press 1 followed by 0 now to place yourself in queue for comment. And at this time, we have no one queuing up for comment by phone.
Thank you. And thank you again. But we encourage everyone to review proposed rule 462.520 on the intergenerational transfer exclusion for parents and children and grandparents and grandchildren, which is posted on our Prop 19 webpage and is found in LTA number 2021/22. The public hearing on the rule will be held on July 27th. We look forward to hearing your comments and concerns as we try to clarify and define the impacts of these transfers on your property moving forward. If there's no further questions or comments from anyone, I'd like to close this public policy hearing and ask Ms. Taylor to call the next item.
The next item is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by public for consideration at future meetings. At this time, we do not have any written comments.
Thank you. Can we check with AT&T?
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone who wants to make a public comment on this item? Each caller will have up to 3 minutes to speak. For the record, a caller may provide their name.
Certainly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 1 followed by 0 to place yourself in queue for comment immediately. Once again, 1 followed by 0. At this time, we have no one queuing up by phone.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, if you would please call the next item.
Our next item is O, closed session, discussion and action on personnel matters per Government Code Section 11126A1. Board members will now go into closed session to discuss personnel matters.
Yes, thank you. Members, we will now go into closed session and it'll be just strictly to discuss personnel matters, and then we'll come back and report out if they're after closed session.
Clarification, if I could.
Yes, Member Gaines, go ahead.
So logistically, we're supposed to leave this meeting and then we'll start another one up.
I believe so.
So
And that's what we
members,
did last.
yes, sir. Members, this is Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. Members, if I could ask you to now, members only, please just exit out of the Teams meeting that you're in for the public meeting. You're going to use your leave button to exit that meeting. There is a separate and unique Teams invitation. If you would please use that one to join the closed session. And then immediately following adjournment, we'll give you directions on how to exit that meeting. And then we will rejoin the public meeting using the link that you used earlier today. We'll rejoin the public meeting and then continue with the remainder of today's agenda.
And those links are on
Thank
our
you.
calendar, correct?
Those are on your calendar, sent to you via email and on your calendars. Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, we will go ahead and leave
Thank you,
this
members.
and rejoin. Yes, thank you. And now as we conclude this meeting, members, just I wanted to thank the members and Ms. Fleming and staff for your continued dedicated work on Prop 19, as well as other business we have handled today. As we approach the celebration of the 254th anniversary of our nation's independence on this Sunday, July 4th, I urge each of us to persist in the hard work to achieve true independence and equal rights for all Americans. I also want to announce that in observance of Independence Day, state offices will be closed on Monday, July the 5th. Please stay safe this holiday weekend. And we will now adjourn the meeting unless we have any adjournments by any of the members. I don't know if any of the members have any adjourning motions that they want to share or comments.
If I could just make a brief comment.
Yes, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And just piggybacking on your comments, Chair Vasquez, but
sure.
Yeah, looking forward to the opportunity to celebrate it's really Independence Day, right? Where we were able to become independent of Britain. And so I savor that opportunity to gather with family and friends. And, you know, America can always improve itself. And that's something that that brings me hope through my faith too, because there have been errors and scars and challenges throughout our history, but we have opportunity for redemption and for hope in the future. So I keep that in mind as we celebrate our Independence Day, and as we also get the opportunity to celebrate Juneteenth. That comes up, it just came up, and we'll have that in the future. So great opportunities for America. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Vasquez,
yes, Member Sowers, go ahead.
I'd like to acknowledge celebrating America's Independence Day, July 4th, and as Member Gaines just brought up, I've been celebrating Juneteenth for many years since college, but we just had Juneteenth last week, so I am still celebrating. My family and I decided that we would run our Juneteenth and 4th of July celebration together. I don't have a picture, but I have a lovely tablescape of the Juneteenth flag and the American flag. I will send it to you guys soon. That's all.
Thank you. Any other closing comments from folks? Hearing none. Just a quick reminder as we adjourn today's meeting, our next meeting will be in July the 27th and the 28th, where we will have a public hearing attached to our regular meeting. And looking forward to that as we move forward, and wish and hope everybody a safe weekend here. Thank you all for your patience. Oh, Vice Chair Schaefer, yes, go ahead.
Yes, will that be a 2-day meeting for sure? Or
we don't know for sure, but it looks pretty sure, I should say. But I'm putting it out there, absence of any, other disasters happening, we should be on schedule.
This is our Tuesday meeting. Are we booked for a meeting tomorrow?
No. No, this concludes our June meeting. But we're looking forward to having our July meeting being a 2-day meeting, which would have a public hearing attached to it, starting July the 27th.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Wish you all the best. And once again, I'd like to also end in the German of all the lives that we're not, obviously the numbers are probably shrink, but we're still losing some people to COVID. And then this last disaster that you're all probably hearing about in memory of, I guess it's now up to 11 people that have have died in that building that collapsed in Miami. And they're still searching for other bodies, but I'd like to just adjourn in memory of those lives as well.
Chair,
Yes.
Vas- I would also like to mention, we had two San Diego police detectives lost their lives in a traffic accident a couple of weeks ago, and I went to the services. The media says there were 2,000 people there. I know there are at least 1,500. I've never seen such a mob scene, and every police department in the area, Border Patrol, whatnot, had representatives and the sheriffs. The most impressive part of the ceremony, they had the casket with both the husband and the wife, police detectives in the casket, and they had an officer at each end of it. And would you believe about every 10 to 15 minutes during the 2 hours, they would have a formal changing of the guard, which I thought was fantastic. They would come out in slow motion with white gloves and salute and change every 10 or 15 minutes during the 2 hours. And it was fantastic, but it was hush hush. Nobody really was invited to it. They didn't want to have any protesting people show up. I happened to be on my way to pay a courtesy call to the chief of the highway patrol. And when I got his office, they said, well, he's gone to a funeral. So I turned around and joined them, and I was so glad I did. Our mayor was there, and our county sheriff was there, and it's something, that any of us in public life have great appreciation for how law enforcement always is there for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, it is now 1:33, and we'll officially adjourn this meeting. Thank you all. Thank you to our executive director and all your staff, and wish you all the best this weekend.
Thank you,
We're
members.
signing
Thank you
off.
for your support, and happy Independence Day to you all. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.